2 2. Hey, hey, 1 2. 1 2 2 2. This is a test. This is a test for the live stream. We are checking audio.
Could I have your attention a moment? Sarah Dalton.
Ea kurau rangatira mā, o ea karangatanga, o ea karangatanga. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ko te toi mata hauora e tū nei, tēnā tātou katoa. Rangi tuhi te maunga, o Tākaro te awa, Slains Castle, te waka tuatahi, no o tautahi ahau. Ki ngā tangata whenua o Pōneke, raua ko Porirua, te Atiawa, raua ko Ngāti Tō Rangatira, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. E tū ka hikatea, e whakapai ururoa, awhi mai, awhi atu, tātou e. Awhi mai, awhi atu, tātou e. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you, Sarah. My name is Julian Fuller, for those who don't know me, and I'm an anaesthetist at Waitemata North Shore Hospital in Auckland, and I'm also the Vice President of ASMS, and hence it is my privilege to chair this, the first session of our 31st annual conference. First, just a few housekeeping notes. Remember that some sessions, and this one in particular, are open to the media. These sessions are all being streamed online, live, and will be available for some time afterwards. Please note also that we're going to be using, I'm not sure what, some form of live web device during a couple of sessions at the conference where you can use your own device to ask questions. Remember to put your cell phones on silent or vibrate, and please, at any time in the conference, if you stand up to ask a question, please just introduce yourself to those who don't know you as a courtesy. Very importantly, at the end of this session, there's going to be a team photo, as we've done every year, on the stairs outside by Neil, and he does ask that you get out there as quickly as possible before tea and go down the stairs to the bottom of the stairs and pile in on top for the picture. Remember that if we have a shake, drop, cover and hold, and don't leave here until we get told to by Te Papa staff. In particular now, I'd like to welcome all the guests and observers from other kindred organisations, including the colleges, the health unions, and the New Zealand Medical Association. But in particular, by name, I'd like to mention a few people from Germany and from their doctors' union, the Marburger Verbund. We've got Armin Earl and Andreas Botzler. From Australia and from the Australian Medical Association, we've got Warwick Hoff, Director of General Practice and Workplace Policy Department, and we've got from the South Australian Salaried Medical Officers Association, Bernadette Mulholland, their Senior Industrial Officer. Lastly, I want to welcome our students that we have here today from the New Zealand Medical Students Association. We've got Ellie Baxter, who's just been appointed the President for the next year, Benjamin Hodson, Brioni Harrison, Emily Yee, Josephine Stonia, and Uma Sridhar, and I hope you really enjoy the 2 days of conference. Whilst I hold the floor, just for a few minutes, I'm going to use my vice presidential privilege again to say a few words of my own. You know what the theme of the conference is this year? It's Hospitals on the Edge, and you've got that fantastic document in your folders there. But this could well be juxtaposed to the ambulances at the bottom of the cliff. You know, I've worked at North Shore Hospital in Auckland now for the last 22 years, and during most of that time, we've been the fastest growing DHB in New Zealand. We've also had the previous Minister of Health as a local MP, which helps, and we've never seemed to lack for funding over those years as we grew and grew and grew year by year, consuming large proportions of the annual increases in the health spend. It's always appeared superficially that we've not had any problem. If you need surgery, you get it. But over the last few years, this has changed, and it's been brought home to me, shockingly, over the last 2 months. 2 days ago, I was asked to assess a 92-year-old gentleman who had been declined a first specialist appointment at North Shore Hospital. His problem was an inguinal hernia or groin hernia. But it wasn't just an inguinal hernia. It was a third world type inguinal hernia. It was massive, containing loops of bowel, and it was larger than the size of a large orange. Before seeing him, I checked his public hospital notes and saw the ominous sort of note, below access threshold, return to referrer. And he was now forced to go the private route in order to get any treatment at all. 2 months before that, I met a delightful 88-year-old lady for an assessment for a total hip joint. She hobbled into my clinic on crutches, which surprised me. So upon asking her, she told me she'd been using crutches for more than 12 months, waiting for a first specialist appointment in hospital. Her GP was unable to get her in because she didn't meet the threshold. What I want to know from you, as New Zealand residents and as voters in this country, is whether you feel this is an acceptable level of healthcare for a first world country. Because I find it shocking. And I'm now told that this is probably the norm for most DHBs in this country. That's my piece. I now want to call on Murray, our president, to address us with his annual address.
Thank you, Julian. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So welcome ASMS delegates, invited speakers, visitors from New Zealand and overseas, media and others to the 31st annual conference of ASMS. I'm Murray Barclay, President of ASMS, and I work as a gastroenterologist and clinical pharmacologist in Christchurch. I'll just flick to the next slide. Oops, can we go back one? Thanks. Yeah, so Julian's introduced some of our conference visitors and speakers, but I thought I'd just put up a couple of slides just showing who they are. We'll be hearing from all of these people during today, and also today, or later on today and tomorrow, some other well-known people there. Okay. All of our annual conferences are important in different ways, but there are several reasons why this one might stand out more than others. The first is that we're having the first change of our executive director in our 30-year history. In June, we celebrated the 30-year mark with a special anniversary conference, and last night we celebrated Ian Powell's career-long contribution to ASMS and the public health system in New Zealand. And we will continue this celebration and reflection with a special session later today entitled Ian Powell. We also warmly welcome our new Executive Director as of January the 1st, Sarah Dalton, and look forward to her contributions to ASMS. Ian has left a fantastic legacy for Sarah to follow and very big shoes, but the executive are already very confident that Sarah has the skills to do this, and we're very much looking forward to the next phase of ASMS history. Secondly, ASMS is about to enter our MECA negotiations with DHBs in early 2020, with the term of the current MECA expiring on the 31st of March. This is happening at a time when our hospital system appears to be on the edge of a dangerous precipice, more so than ever before. In fact, some would argue that the public health system is already over the edge and plummeting. When we look at population growth, spiralling acute care demand, and the very limited capacity we have in the New Zealand health system to deal with such growth, our system and staff are having to overperform and overwork on a daily basis. This cannot continue. The theme of the conference, as Julian mentioned, is hospitals on the edge, and there were many examples and discussion of this over the next 2 days. Progressive underinvestment in our health system over more than a decade has resulted in decaying buildings, worsening waiting lists, worsening access to health care, and a decaying health workforce. That New Zealand now only spends 5.6% of GDP on health of New Zealanders, when it is recognised internationally that greater than 10% is an optimal target in countries with very good health systems. This is a travesty. Overwork and burnout are causing poor morale in many sectors of the health workforce. I've showed this slide many times, and I don't apologise, because we need to just remind ourselves often that this is the rate of burnout in New Zealand at the moment. It can't be forgotten. Rates of sick leave are increasing steadily for all groups of health workers, including hospital specialists. This is a graph from Canterbury DHB showing sick leave rates among SMOs. This is the bottom line here. Almost doubling over 10 years. The issues here are that these are all the other health work groupers, health workers, not just SMOs. SMOs, it's well known that the SMOs don't take sick leave very much, maybe averaging 1 day a year, I think was when we looked at it last time. But this is now changing. It's almost doubled in the last 10 years. And it seems also that virtually every health workforce union in New Zealand has had to go on strike in the past 18 months to achieve even minimal improvements in work conditions. 18 of our 20 DHBs have large deficits, although Ian tells me this now could be all 20 out of 20. And this is totalling around 450 million, and this is due to ministerial and an underinvestment. This is leading to unbearable financial pressure that's passed down through the levels of DHB management to workers and ultimately to the public of New Zealand, who are paying the price with their own health. So this picture that I've put together, the smile is slightly unfortunate, but this was the only one that I could get with the hand outstretched like this. But actually, if David actually started to unwind that handle, he could well smile. So this is, whoops, let's go back one. This is what's happening to our hospitals at the moment. They're in this clamp. The pressure that's within the hospitals is then passed on down to the DHB managers, who then have the health workforce in this clamp, and our patients. But it all stems from the ministry. When the current coalition government came to power 2 years ago, there was much hope amongst health workers and voters that our health system may finally have some appropriate investment after this decade of retrenchment. The new health minister seemed intelligent and clearly aware of the issues that needed addressing. He gave an impression that he was prepared to listen to health workers and wanted to really make a difference to health investment and well-being. Within 1 year of coming into office, however, it became obvious to us all that there were powers at play that were putting the minister off his target of addressing this gross underinvestment in health. One could speculate that political survival by demonstrating fiscal responsibility has a higher priority for this government than the health of New Zealanders, or you could say that the health of the Labour Party may be more important than the health of New Zealanders, or that ministry staff may have been giving the minister a very poor advice for the past 2 years. We can only speculate. Whatever the reasons, the correction in health investment required has not happened, or at least not to anywhere near the extent required. To rub salt into this wound, this year a $7.5 billion budget surplus was announced. Meanwhile, we have witnessed lengthening waiting lists and sicker patients, and there's no evidence of improvement in doctor wellbeing. During this time, the Health Ministry has forced DHBs to save money in hospital rebuilds by cramming hospital specialists into open plan offices that have been shown to have negative outcomes on productivity and wellbeing. In a recent case at Waitemata, SMO facilities have not been included at all in a new hospital design. This is information from Julian. ASMS continues to show that we have a shortage of SMOs for our current workload in the order of about 24%. That is, we need roughly more than 1,000 extra SMOs urgently to address our current patient load and doctor burnout. We know that there has been net migration of doctors from New Zealand to Australia at a time when we most desperately need to retain our own doctors. Tomorrow, we will see data presented by Beryl documenting one of the reasons for this migration. SMO salaries in Australia are approximately 67% higher than in New Zealand. Our highest salary step in New Zealand is lower than the lowest step in Australia. It appears that there are about 1,700 New Zealand trained specialists in Australia. As you know, our advanced training schemes are under a common umbrella for most specialties across the two countries, and medical migration between the countries is quite simple. So if salaries are not competitive, it is obvious that doctors will flow to the country with the better conditions. This is a slide from the World Medical Association that we saw earlier this year from Ottmar Kloiber, describing medical migration internationally. And you can see that from the WMA figures, we are having doctors arrive in New Zealand from the UK, from Europe, and the direction of the arrow from New Zealand is towards Australia. So the World Medical Association confirms this net flow from New Zealand to Australia. Also, New Zealand has the highest percentage of foreign trained doctors in the world except for Israel. Again, this slide from Ottmar Kloiber, showing that the OECD average percentage of foreign doctors in each country is about 17%. We're up at 43.5%. So the salary difference compared to Australia now needs to be addressed, starting with our next MECA negotiations to help stem the loss of doctors out of New Zealand and to compete in a very competitive international market. Working conditions also need to be competitive, which means we need more SMOs per head of population so that our conditions of work are not worse than in Australia. For the past year, ASMS has been offering a solution to the Minister of Health and to DHBs to address fatigue, burnout and inappropriate staffing levels in the form of an accord. This would facilitate job sizing to match staffing to workload. The Minister has repeatedly taken a hands-off approach to this accord and seems happy to allow senior medical staff to not have a mechanism to improve fatigue and burnout. So you can start to see how important our MECA negotiations will be starting in March next year. This is also an election year, and so there will be likely to be more than usual political pressure influencing the negotiations. Up until now, the Minister of Health has piled enormous pressure onto the DHBs by underinvesting in health, while at the same time avoiding political risk by not getting involved in solutions to the various industrial disputes in the past 18 months. It will be interesting to see if it can maintain this stance during the SMO negotiations and not offer help. In addition to the Burl research looking at Australian salary comparisons, ASMS has contracted another very important piece of research in New Zealand this year. We've suspected for some time that there is a significant salary gap between male and female medical and dental specialists, and that this gap might be larger than could be explained by women taking time out to have family. We therefore commissioned a project with Motu Economic and Public Policy Research in Wellington. We'll hear from them later in the conference. They specialise in combining and analysing large databases such as the IRD and census data to answer important questions. They've performed an extensive analysis of New Zealand data and will present this tomorrow. The results are striking, however, showing indeed that there is a large and significant gap between salaries for male and female specialists in New Zealand that cannot be explained fully by the different work patterns that result from having family. Other substantial work by Charlotte Chambers this year suggests that this salary gap likely results from gender bias and gender schemas, or the subconscious expectations of both women and men for how men and women should behave. Whatever the reason for the salary gap, it does exist, and this has major implications because a gap should not exist from a legal point of view. This is likely to be the start of a journey to correct this salary gap. Lastly, you will see that we touch on the theme of hospitals on the edge repeatedly during this two-day meeting. This is a critical point in our history of healthcare in New Zealand. Our country, and particularly our government, has an important choice to make. If poor staffing levels and hospital working conditions are not addressed urgently, the pain and suffering of New Zealanders will steadily worsen over the next few years, and this will become increasingly difficult to manage or to claw back, as fewer and fewer medical personnel will likely to want to staying in this environment. We can already see this happening in the UK National Health Service, where there are more than 100,000 vacancies in health that cannot be filled. We need to avoid this. This all sounds rather negative and challenging, but I'd like to finish on a positive note. Under Ian Powell's careful guidance, membership of ASMS is growing steadily, the organisation is larger and feels stronger than ever, and we're in good shape to deal with some of the significant challenges upon us. Over the last 2 years, the Executive has reviewed governance processes and documentation at ASMS, and we feel more confident that we can predict finances and risks to the association better than we have in the past, and a better place to deal with whatever comes our way. You'll see in the next 2 days that ASMS has become very proficient at accessing data that is important to the organisation and its members, information that can be used to improve working conditions for health workers and so ultimately lead to better care for patients. The New Zealand health system may be under enormous threat, and it feels like we're about to go over the edge, but ASMS will be doing everything possible to try and avoid this. Thank you.
Thank you, Murray. I'm going to be asking Amin, Warwick, Bernadette, and Ellie to come up and say a few words just now, but we'll start off with Amin. I'd like you to welcome Amin Earl from the Marburger Bund in Germany to say a few words.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, dear Ian Powell, good morning. On behalf of the Marburger Bund, Andreas Botzler and I thank you very much indeed for the invitation to your annual meeting. Andreas Botzler is the Vice President of Marburger Bund and I am the Executive Director. Marburger Bund is the association and the union of the hospital doctors in Germany. We have about 124,000 members in voluntary membership, and for them we are negotiating around about 150 different collective agreements in Germany. We feel honored and happy to participate in your meeting, and yes, we feel sad at the same time, since this event means a farewell from Ian Powell, who is going to retire soon. In the past, Ian participated several times in our annual meetings in Germany. Due to his reports, we learned all about the working conditions and issues of New Zealand's doctors, and that they do resemble a lot indeed to the situation in Germany. Hospitals on the Edge might be a title of our annual meeting too. And of course, it was also a bit exotic to have the Executive Director of ASMS from far New Zealand with us in Germany. We think that it's of utmost importance in a world growing together to have an exchange about the working conditions of doctors. Germany and New Zealand are importers and exporters of doctors at the same time. So we initiated the first International Doctors' Unions Conference 3 years ago in Berlin, where Ian represented the ASMS and unions from all over the world took part. We hope that Ian Powell will have successors who will represent ASMS both at our Marburger Bund meetings and at future Doctors' Unions conferences. Ian, we wish you all the best, particularly good health. We wish you all fruitful discussions, and thank you very much for the attention. Thank you.
There will be time soon for questions for everybody who speaks. Can I ask Warwick Hoff to come up and say a few words?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I certainly send the greetings of the Federal Council and the Executive of the Australian Medical Association to the meeting today. It's always a great pleasure to come to the ASMS conference. This is my second conference, and it's been quite a few years, and there's been a few false starts at coming in the interim due to various things that have clashed, but I think this is a particularly special conference given the departure of Ian at the end of the year. For those of you who know Ian, he's a great mind. He's certainly come to a lot of Australian events over the years, and he's passed on a lot of information and thinking that we have learned a great deal from. And I think in his own special way, he's made a huge contribution to what we do through that sharing of information. And I'd really like to pay tribute to Ian as part of today. He also, when I first joined the AMA in 2004, I did make a rookie mistake. He did quietly come up to me and say, look, can I go on a bit earlier in the agenda to give my report? And I hadn't met or heard Ian before, so I said, yeah, that's no problem. We'd really like to learn from you, Ian. And about an hour later, he was still going. And I think I've never made the same mistake since, I can assure you. So, I mean, quite sadly, in terms of the speech from your president today, it could have been the same speech delivered by an AMA president in Australia, notwithstanding that there are so many of your New Zealand colleagues coming to work in Australia. We face the same issues around bed block, excessive demand on our emergency departments and huge bed occupancy rates that are unsustainable. So we certainly know and see the same things that you do here, notwithstanding that, as I said, we are, you know, in a workforce sense, better position than we were a number of years ago. We've had a huge growth in medical student numbers in Australia that has moved to, in terms of output, one of the highest rates of growth in medical student numbers in the OECD, and our medical numbers in terms of workforce are growing significantly, but still we see huge pressures on our public hospital system in particular. So I do wish everyone very well for a great conference. My children are very jealous that I'm here at Te Papa, and they're not. They love this place. It's a terrific venue, and certainly look forward to a great conference. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Warwick. Can I ask Bernadette, where's Bernadette, to come up and say a few words? She's from the South Australian Salaried Medical Officers Association.
Okay, thank you again to New Zealand ASMS for inviting our organisation to participate in this year's conference. And we send our greetings from our board and our membership to you today. I've participated in the last 3 conferences and take back to South Australia many of the strategies that you will discuss and talk about this conference ad nauseum to our union. I'd like to thank Ian in particular for his contribution and support of not only doctors in New Zealand, but his help with the same in Australia. I have worked for the South Australian Public Doctors Union for over 10 years. Prior to that, I worked as an industrial officer in a number of other unions and have worked in the union movement for 35 years. What has always set the Doctors Union apart from other unions I've worked in and has impressed me as a relative outsider is the profession's collegiality, your ability to band together when needed, your courage to step up and challenge the health system when it has got it wrong, and to lead on matters and educate the community on health issues when it is necessary. When I first came to my first ASMS conference 3 years ago, you were talking about the damage to the environment and climate change. Although now strong on the Australian health and doctors' radar, I was both excited and impressed by the progress doctors in New Zealand had made in raising and leading community awareness on this issue. In South Australia, we are dealing with many issues that directly impact on the health of the community and doctors as a profession, some good and some not so good. The significant cuts in health budgets by government as privately contracted financial administrators are assigned to our hospitals, overruling clinicians on clinical resourcing necessary for hospitals and the community for priority of excellent fiscal KPIs. There is now significant conflict between doctors and administrators on how hospitals should run. The rise of hospital external ambulance ramping and delays in care and deaths on our ramps is very concerning. what I call a doctor's generational shift, those young doctors entering the profession, seeing their older colleagues burning the candle at both ends, the exhaustion, the burnout, and wanting to balance their lives both privately and professionally. The setting of standards of behaviour and respect for clinicians and tackling fatigue. In addition to some of these matters, in our media and public attention with the day-to-day lives of those who work in our health system. On the positive side, we have seen the rise of reality TV and the hard work and emotional commitment of many of our clinicians to patient. But never a day goes by now in South Australia where we don't see negative stories that challenge the views and the perceptions of the public regarding our health system. This only serves to undermine the confidence in our health clinicians and our health services, but more importantly, is undermining a potential new generation considering health as a future career. The next decade will bring enormous challenges for the South Australian health system. Climate change, but one thing I know I can count on after being lucky enough to work in South Australia and witnessing you in these conferences is that the profession will not be afraid to stand up and challenge government and the bureaucracy in addressing these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernadette. If anyone is looking for a seat, there's lots of space up at the front on the tables here, at the back. For several years now, ASMS has established an excellent relationship with the New Zealand Medical Students Association, and we've had visitors coming now for the last 3 or 4 years, I think. And every time they've come, they've gone away at the end of 2 days feeling invigorated and refreshed. And so it's a pleasure to ask Ellie Baxter, who's the incoming president, to come and say a few words to us.
Tēnā koutou katoa. He mihi whānui tēnei ki ngā tangata whenua, ngā iwi o Ngāti Raukawa, Te Atiawa, me Ngāti Toa Rangatiratanga. He mihi hoki kia koutou katoa ngā tākuta o Aotearoa. Ko wai au, he uri o Kaitahu, no Otipoti ahau, ko Ellie Baxter tōku ingoa. Kia ora everyone, my name's Ellie, and I'm fortunate to be the president of the New Zealand Medical Students Association for 2020. A little bit about myself, I'm a trainee intern at the University of Otago, Wellington, actually on placement in Wanganui DHB for the year. I hail from down south and whakapapa back to Pautini Ngaitahu and Ngāti Apaki Te Rātoa. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the tangata whenua of the land on which we stand today, and thank them for allowing us to meet here today. What an awesome conference. And I wanted to start by saying on behalf of myself and the other NZMSA delegates, Emily, Josephine, Uma, Ben, Bryony and her baby Archie, we really want to thank you for allowing us to join you all, and we're really excited to be here. So quite often as medical students, we're not so flatteringly described as baby doctors, and I don't think until last night I really realised just how much truth there is in that. We are babies and we're new to the field of medicine and still have so much to learn. We're still learning to crawl around the ward and speak the language of medicine and learn our place in society as medical professionals. And as I'm sure you're all aware, at times that can be quite daunting and confusing. So we really value any opportunity to be in the presence of more experienced and more esteemed colleagues such as yourself. And we're really eager to hear any pearls of wisdom or plugs for specialties that you might wish to share with us over the coming days. So come say hi. I know we may look intimidating, but we promise we don't bite. So I'll next give you a quick update about what NZMSA has been up to this year and what our plans are for the year ahead. So 2019 was a very busy but successful year for NZMSA. The team continued to work really hard to represent, unite and empower the 2,906 medical students of New Zealand. We really took our ever-changing cohort into consideration and focused on issues such as gender inequities, diversity in medicine, and thought about how we can foster awareness and champion change in these areas. We've strengthened our relationship with ASMS. With the mentoring program we've been collaborating on finally taking off. So far we've received great feedback from this year's participants and can't wait to roll it out again at the start of the year. Thank you all who put up your hand and offered to put what little free time you have into helping mentor us. We really appreciate it. Looking forward to 2020, we aim as an organisation to increase our student engagement, to inspire and empower students to become their own advocates for health, and to get students thinking ahead in regards to career planning and the upcoming election and how that will affect health in New Zealand. I guess at this point it's also pertinent to touch on another issue that's very topical with medical students at the moment, and that would be the investigation into medical student electives by the University of Otago. This is obviously a very complex and high emotion issue, which has appeared to have arisen over a number of years. And whilst there can be a lot to say about the rights and the wrongs of the situation, I don't really want to get into that today. And I think all that I'd like to say is that there's been a clear loss of trust in training interns and medical students at large. And moving forward, this is something that us in the universities aim to rectify and regain some trust. I would like to acknowledge the manner in which the University of Otago has managed the situation, especially making it possible for those training interns to commence work. My predecessor, Fraser, has been heavily involved in that process, and he's been very happy with the way that that's been managed. So what this means for everyone in the room, I think it's probably important to keep in mind that your trainee interns and your junior doctors might be affected by this process, and some of them will have a substantial amount of additional workload in the ongoing years, and just keeping an eye out for them and offering support where you see fit. So finally, I also wanted to say farewell to Ian Powell. Even though we only briefly met last night, I want to acknowledge all the work you've done for ASMS, but also for shaping health in New Zealand. I feel very fortunate to be training in and entering a medical workforce, which you've worked so hard to achieve. And last night, your farewell reminded me of one of my favourite whakatauki, and I thought since one of the other speakers shared several whakatauki, I would join him in that. This one is one which I believe captures Ian's fighting spirit. Kaua e mate whiki, mate ururoa, which means don't die like an octopus, die like a hammerhead shark. And with that, I believe my time will well and truly be up. I look forward to the rest of the conference and meeting you all over the coming days. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much, Ellie. Can I ask the other speakers to join us up on the stage now? And we're going to be open for questions. So anyone who's got something to say or something to ask, just introduce yourself. There's some roving microphones coming around, and far away.
Hello? Oh, good. Good morning. My name is Eleni Nicolau. I come from Auckland now, ex-Waikato. This question may not need answering, but I don't know the answer to it. So I thought I'd ask, how can we incorporate the many general practitioners who aren't really able to participate in any active manner, and considering they also are subjected to the DHB's fiscal management?
Yeah, in fact, it's an interesting situation. There's a gradual change to more, particularly younger GPs, going into salary-paid positions for various reasons, and there's more and more GPs actually becoming members of ASMS because they can. So I see that as sort of an evolving thing at the moment, and it may be at some stage that there's many GPs are in ASMS and can contribute to that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, the PHOs obviously have a very strong role in this. Yeah, so I think it's one of those issues that GPs have to find their own way maybe, but ASMS, clearly, if there's an opportunity for us to help with regard to GP interaction, we will take that.
Thank you. And any more questions? Who's got a... Chris.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. I was interested in your address, Murray, and I just thought it would be worth pointing out that I've been a consultant for something like 26 years, and for the first time, the possibility of being physically assaulted has become much more of a threat than it ever was before. It was an abstract concept, but I'm down in Dunedin. I know that in Canterbury you have the same issues, particularly in psychiatry, and particularly our nursing staff get bashed on a daily basis, and there seems to be no strategy to deal with it. We have an epidemic of methamphetamine in this country, and I'm not sure that there's been adequate measurement of how that's going to impact on staff, but in terms of burnout, being assaulted is a significant factor. People are leaving the profession, they have head injuries, and it seems to be almost entirely unnoticed on a national level.
Yeah, it's as you know, it's also a very big issue in Canterbury. It's the same, exactly the same things you're describing.
Any other questions?
It's a question for you, Ellie. Welcome. My name's David Galler. I'm an intensive care doctor from Middlemore Hospital in Counties Manukau Health. You're young, and I'm old. There's an element of the morning, plus ça change, plus la même chose. The more things change, the more they seem to stay the same. And we seem to be talking about similar issues about meeting the demand for that's thrown upon us in our acute services and hospitals in particular. But I'd quite like to ask you, as a young person looking forward to a career in medicine, what do you see as what are the big issues for you with respect to the opportunities to improve the health and well-being of our people and say throughout your generation, through your working career in the future? What would you say to that?
That's a huge question. Give me a couple of days and I'll get back to you with a full extensive list. I think first and foremost, it's what's been touched on here quite a lot this morning is we can't take care of other people until we're well ourselves. And whilst I'm not hugely aware of what's been happening at your level, I know burnout and poor mental health is really prevalent within medical students, and I think it's probably the first place to start. And so many things. I think not having enough doctors and not having enough centres that can do sort of outreach to all of the communities in New Zealand. I don't think anyone in this room would say that there's equitable access to healthcare. And just off the top of my head, those would sort of be the first things that we need to improve our workforce so that we can better take care of New Zealanders. Yeah.
Good morning, hello. My name's Rod Goulds and I'm an anaesthetist in Tauranga. Just an observation and a kind of question at the end is that, difficulties with funding of public health services have existed since the creation of the NHS in 1948. So this is not a new problem. Just throwing at the money at the problem is not potentially a solution, as we see in the example of the United States, which spends more on healthcare than any other country, and look what they get. However, I believe that health and a healthy society go hand in hand, and there's no way you're going to get that unless you prepared to spend a large proportion of GDP on it, such as Scandinavian countries. So I guess my question at the end is the union going to support tax rates of 60% to pay for this? Because we need more of the pie, but we need a bigger pie. You know, that's the problem. Not just simply asking for more money. We need to know how we're going to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora, good morning. Dr. Ruth Large, I'm an emergency physician and rural hospitalist. Just expanding on that, you know, you need more money. To a certain extent, don't we just need to stop doing stuff? You know, we keep on offering more and more fancy services to the very, very small and the very, very old, and we keep on being able to have our patients survive longer and longer and longer, and that's part of the reason we're in a bit of a mess. And I know that that's controversial, but actually we've got a finite amount of money, and we're already rationalising. The more we keep on developing new technologies, the more we keep on developing new fancy cancer treatments, the less we can actually provide, particularly to our Māori population, who actually don't even survive long enough to take advantage of those things. It's just a thought.
Anyone else? We've got a few more minutes before we break for tea over there.
Hi, my name's Alberts. I'm a Moss at Waikato ED. I just want to add into that comment about the GPs that unless we actually include the primary healthcare system and fix that, we can't really fix the hospital system because the two feed into each other.
Sarah, over there.
Also, there's lots of spare seats up here for you people down the back. There's 3 here, there's 4 or 5 there. Who else has got spare seats at their table? Give us a wave. Sorry, who had the... Oh, and then when you've stopped waving, who had the question?
Aaron from Wellington. Just on that, increasing the taxation rate. When we have a 7.5 billion surplus announced and a 5.6% GDP spent on healthcare, until that has been made somewhat similar to the 10% GDP and spend the 7.5 billion, giving the right proportion to health, how can we just talk about increasing the taxation? Because those are the most obvious things now, and if you just think about 7.5 billion, most of the DHB's deficits would be taken care of just with a fraction of that currently, right?
A couple of points I want to make, just following up on that, is that there's this continuing rhetoric that health spending is like an inconvenient cost to the government. And it's still not being seen as the good investment that it actually is. And there's a lot of data showing that the money that you put into health actually gives you a return equal to the money you put in. And that a healthy, productive society will be much better overall for that investment. And it's a rhetoric that needs to be changed.
Chris Nunn, Waikato Hospital. I felt I had to respond to Ruth's comment. She would have been disappointed if I hadn't. I'm a cardiologist, which probably explains why I felt the need to respond. I think we get two things confused. One is using resource to make people live forever, and the other is to use resource to improve their quality of life. And it's the latter that we are more and more able to do. And I think it's admitting defeat to simply say we don't have the resource, go away. And we are being asked to do that more and more, those of us who are triaging referrals, our GP colleagues who are desperately trying to do the best for their patients, and we're saying you don't meet this arbitrary threshold. I think we have to fight that with everything we've got. We look around the rest of the world and see what they can achieve with quality of life, and we are well behind just about anyone you care to mention. Thank you.
Down the front.
I think it's also important to understand what 5.6% means. We have amongst the lowest number of hospital specialists in all the OECD countries. We spend almost the least amount of money on medications in our country compared with OECD countries. We have about the lowest number of medical consultations in New Zealand compared with other OECD countries. This is not a minor problem. This is a major problem.
John.
Hi, John Chambers from Dunedin. I work in the emergency department, and we are expected to provide the best treatment to trauma victims of trauma and accidents. And clearly that's funded by, to some degree, by ACC. And while we're always talking about gloomy about there's no money in the system, ACC has $43 billion in the bank. $43 billion in the bank. And it's a complete mystery to me. And I wonder whether the Minister of Health should have a little chat with the Minister for ACC and get some of that money into health.
Kia ora.
Who's go?
On the talking about the ACC surplus, I think it's really important that everyone is aware that $1 billion of that is invested in fossil fuel industries. And I think as medical providers, with the looming threat of climate change, we really need to start speaking out and pointing out to them that this is highly unethical. And it's something that in general business I would love to see ASMS take a stand on.
Kia ora, I'm Anna Dawson, I'm a dentist from the Auckland DHB. I was just reflecting on the kind of work that I do, which is a lot of it's seeing children with preventable dental caries. We run operating lists all day, every day, $4,000 a pop for something that is entirely preventable, and we're really hampered by the lack of government policy. The community water fluoridation bill still sits with government. We could do with policies like water-only schools, healthy foods in schools, and we're essentially wasting money on spending on something that's entirely preventable.
Andrew.
Hi, good morning. Andrew Darby from Waikato. I'm a psychiatrist there, and I work in primary care as well as in the DHB. And I'd just like to pick up on something that Eleni said, a colleague of mine working up north, is the fact of how do we actually integrate healthcare providers. I'm absolutely convinced that the current system that we do have in providing psychiatry care has to change, where we have to integrate the primary care, secondary care into one system providing care for the person, irrespective of where funding comes from, irrespective of the organizations that we work with. We need to have a collective approach to that. And so I would like to put the challenge out to us as ASMS is how do we, going forward, actually have an integrated approach to bringing GPs into this forum and bringing ancillary workers into this sort of forum and having a collective healthcare system.
Thank you. Someone mentioned Scandinavia, and I'd like to just mention it again. I mean, we're not Scandinavians, we're different. But a colleague of mine that many of you will know very well, Michael Kluger, a few years ago did a sabbatical in Europe where he spent time in Scotland, England, and Denmark. And he went there primarily to look at pain management and what they did in their hospitals. And forgetting about everything else, his biggest impression when he came out was what an incredibly happy, nice place it was to work in Denmark compared to Scotland and England. And he said the doctors were happy, the hospitals were nice, the facilities were fantastic, and yes, they pay a lot of tax, but they've got a really great system. Any other questions?
Yeah, Roger Wanless from Southland, anaesthetist. Not quite sure how to word this properly, but it strikes me that most of our disease is as a result of either lifestyle or social or sort of bigger sort of forces at work, if you like. And I sort of sit here and wonder whether the problems are ever solvable. But shouldn't can we deal with things like obesity and drugs and all that sort of stuff? But ultimately, it seems to me that policy needs to be more at the sort of stopping disease starting, the whole lifestyle sort of thing, making tough choices like taxing sugar, I don't know, family policies, drugs and alcohol, all that sort of stuff. Can we change that, and if so, how? And surely we got to the stage now that we need to fundamentally change the way we look at disease, really.
Can I just back that up? I think that much of the demand for acute hospital services is the result of things in society that health can't fix. These are issues that we need to be advocating for very strongly. I totally agree with you that actually we do need to do something about that. Last week, the health minister did an appalling capitulation to the food industry, agreeing to self-regulation around food standards. And this is the kind of thing we would have expected from Jonathan Coleman, not a Labour health minister. It's very disappointing. The Health Coalition Aotearoa, headed by Boyd Swinburne, has been set up to look at the harm that's measurable and at an extremely high level from unhealthy foods, alcohol and tobacco. In places like South Auckland, there's the highest density of fast food outlets, liquor stores, and pokie machines of anywhere in New Zealand. And these things are taking us down at a great rate. We can't keep up with that. And I would like to suggest that maybe the ASMS, as part of its work, should take a greater advocacy role in the preventative space. So I absolutely agree with you.
Any last comments? We've just got a few more minutes. Any comment?
Yeah, so I listened to all your questions and remarks, and it's very, very interesting for me. I just would like to comment some of them, if it's possible. I don't know the system here exactly. So one of my first impressions, your question was to the younger generation, how do they work, what do they want? That is exactly what we ask in our organization. We have also students in our organization and junior doctors, and they have an absolutely different view. They say they care for themselves. So they say us, we want to work 8 hours and no more. So we have a limit, and so also my generation tried to change our attitudes, yes, and our views, and say now we have to change it. And Andreas Botzler tomorrow will give a presentation what it means practically in our work as a union and what we did this time. It's very interesting. I think it's a big chance to have this young generation and to have this discussion and their consciousness and self-confidence and what they want, family and profession as well. It's very interesting. You talked about task shifting is one of the topics that we also have in our country. It's not easy for the doctors. They don't want, we have these 2 words, delegation and substitution. And it's always a conflict discussing these topics in our organization. But we have to do that because there's so much work for the doctors to do, so they can shift a lot of things to other professions that we think, but we have to keep it in a balance, and the highest value is the patient, no doubt about it. And you are talking about the financial conditions of your work. We are always talking about the financial conditions, but you are a doctor's organization and not a financial organization. And in 2003, you might know the DRGs were introduced in Germany, the diagnosis-related groups. I think they came from Australia. Yes, but the Germans changed it, and I think it was not a good idea to change it now. And now we have 30 to 40% of our hospitals now write red numbers, we call it. And so this is really a problem for us, but it's not our problem, I think. We say what we can do for the patients, and we need good working conditions. A healthy doctor, a rested doctor is good for the patients. And so we say what we need, how many doctors we need to do that. And then the political system, they have to give us all the means that we need for that and the money that we need for that. So a lot of problems seem very similar in your country. We are always, and the last word is, we are talking about Denmark. Germany has a border to Denmark. And there is a saying in the north of Germany, very close to the border, it's good to be a patient in Germany, and it's good to be a doctor in Denmark. So Yes, but if you look exactly at the situation in Denmark, they made a huge investment program. They took a lot of money in their hand to improve the situation of the hospitals. They built new hospitals, they made a new plan, and then they built new hospitals. It took billions of euros. And the situation and the working conditions are much better than in Germany. And this is a reason why many doctors from the northern part of Germany go to Denmark. And if they are there, they don't come back. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I get you to thank all our speakers, I just want to remind you that when we leave here, please go straight to the stairs outside for our photograph and go down the stairs as far as you can to make room for people at the top. And Neil's at the doorway there, you can follow him. So now I'd like you all to show your thanks to all our speakers who made some fantastic speeches. Thank you.
Morena koutou. It's my pleasure to introduce this session this morning, and I just want to say that this research has been a long time coming. Ever since I started at the ASMS, I've been quite appalled actually by the anecdotal comments that I've heard through the various industrial offices about husband and wife teams where the husband with lesser experience has been started on a higher starting salary than the female. The sudden exclusion of incoming female member to an all-male team of access to special benefits and additional on-call arrangements, all of which have a significant financial consequence. I guess the key thing and the question which even last night at the cocktail function that I was asked is, how does this happen? And I just want to read to you the haiku which Izzy and her team have written because I think it captures it up really nicely. Despite union rules, doctors' gender pay gap still stark, no clear reason. And there is no clear reason for this, and there's no justification for this other than the fact that we have to admit that there is still an issue with significant pervasive gender bias which seeps into how you are all remunerated. It's unacceptable, and I think we can draw a line in the sand today and say no more. So before I let Izzy explain the detail of her research, I just want to say a few thanks. First of all, I want to actually acknowledge the amazing collaboration that we've had with Motu. We've also got Bronwyn Bruce Brand in the audience, who's going to give a quick wave, because she's been a key part of this research as well. Izzy and Bronwyn have phenomenally large brains, and I'm so glad that I didn't have to do this research because it's extremely detailed statistical work which I don't have the capacity to do, and it's been a really enjoyable process working with both of you, so thank you very much. I'd also like to acknowledge the contributions of Angela Balich, who's been a stalwart in driving this research. It wouldn't have got across the line if it wasn't for Angela's passion for resolving these issues, so I think we actually should just briefly give Angela a bit of a clap. And I'd also like to acknowledge the contribution of Steve Hurring, one of our industrial officers, for his work in terms of providing the kind of industrial perspective and the context for this. So without further ado, I'd like to pass over to Izzy. I would encourage you all to grab a copy of the research. It's out in the foyer. It's not quite in glossy format, but it's a really thorough, in-depth piece of research. We have had some good media pickup on this, and our line has been, it is up to the DHBs to start addressing this problem. It is their responsibility as the employer to fix this, not us as the union. It is the employer's responsibility. It's a contravention of the Equal Pay Act, and quite frankly, it's illegal. So I'll pass over to Izzy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Charlie, and thank you for the great partnership that, as you say, we've had. I've really enjoyed doing this work, and I hope that you guys find it interesting and informative and that it actually goes out and makes a difference. So, I hope this work actually needs no motivation. It's important that men and women doing the same work are paid equally. But just in case you feel like this does need some more motivation, why do we think this might be a problem in the medical profession? So a series of research, including a lot that's been done by Charlotte here, has shown that women do face some challenges in the medical profession that are not faced by their male colleagues. So for instance, in New Zealand we find that female specialists are more likely to report being bullied on the job. They're more likely to experience burnout, and a lot of research both in New Zealand and overseas shows that female medical specialists face greater work-life conflicts than their male colleagues. At the same time, more is expected of women. They're likely to be mistaken for nurses as opposed to being recognised as doctors, and this may put actually a higher pressure on them to overperform relative to their male colleagues. At the same time, they actually may receive less support from their colleagues, from other staff in their workplaces. So this is a lot of things that are going on in the medical profession that are not wages, but do these inequalities, do they carry over to wages, or is that the one place where equality actually is maintained? Sorry, before I go on, can I go back? Sorry about the technical difficulties, it's new technology for me. So just let me point out this graph to you. So it's a little bit of motivation. I want to say, okay, so what do the data look like in terms of the hourly wages of men and women? So these are the median hourly wages, the mean hourly wages of men and women in their main DHB jobs in 2013. And you can see here, this is plotted against age, so it runs from sort of 20s up to age 70, separately for men and women. And the solid and the dotted lines in the middle here, so this is the average, and then that band that you see, that's the 95% confidence interval. So how sure are we that that's the average salary of these individuals? And so this is not adjusted for anything, and there may be many reasons for the differences that we see here, but a few things leap out. Men and women early in their careers, they seem to have relatively equal wages. They both experience a lot of wage growth, particularly during the 30s. This flattens off after a while, but it flattens off at a much higher level for men than for women. So a lot of what I'm going to show you in this research is trying to understand, are there good reasons for this gap, or is it unjustified? All right, so that brings me to the research question. So the question that I'm addressing is, does gender affect the hourly wages of New Zealand medical specialists in their DHB employment? So just to bring a few points about this to your attention, so I'm going to focus on 2013 for data reasons. So this is the year that we could get good comprehensive data on the entire medical workforce. I'm only going to be looking at wages in DHB employment. So this is the employment that falls under the scope of ASMS's MECA. One question that comes up whenever we start talking about these issues is, well, what about specialty? What if women just choose to work in specialties that get paid less? So most of this analysis is comparing within specialties. So do men and women with equal experience in the same specialty earn the same amount? In terms of experience is obviously really important, and the MECA does specify that more experienced doctors should receive higher wages. And so in this analysis, we control either for age or for other measures of experience to make sure we're comparing like with like. And finally, doctors who work different numbers of hours per week, there are a number of reasons to think that they might earn different hourly wages, and so in some of our analysis, we're also going to control for this. And then the final part of the research question is, what sorts of characteristics of specialists are associated with a higher or a larger or a smaller gender wage gap? So I'm not going to keep you in suspense about the results. This is a very brief summary of where I'm going to get to. So in the DHB employment, we find that women earn 12.5% less per hour than men in the same specialty after accounting for their age or their experience and the weekly hours that they work. So if they're statistically minded among you, this is really statistically significant. So the 95% confidence interval ranges from 9.9% to 15.1%. So 12.5%, maybe not the exact number, but it's very long way from zero. It's really hard to imagine how this actually could be a zero wage gap. When we look at the particular groups, we have a larger gap. We find that this gap is larger among older specialists, as we might expect when we saw that graph just of the raw data at the start. It's larger among those who work fewer hours per week, and it's a lot larger among parents. And I'm going to walk you through how I got to these results and hopefully convince you that these are true. One final protest might be, well, men at the same age have more experience than women. So we do a number of different things to try and adjust for this, and we find, sure, if you go to the extreme and maximally adjust for differential experience at the same age, then we can reduce the estimated gender gap by a maximum of 20%, but I think that's actually an over-adjustment, so I think the true adjustment is probably smaller than that. So just let me start off by putting this in context of gender inequality more broadly. So across all men and women working in New Zealand, Statistics New Zealand found that in 2018, the median hourly wage of women was 9.2% lower than that of men. So across the economy, on average, of course not controlling for anything such as experience or education or occupation, women are still earning less than men. Part of the reason is that women do tend to work in occupations that pay less, but even within occupations, women with the same experience, with the same skills, tend to get paid less than their male colleagues. Some research, including some of my prior research, has showed that this gender wage gap tends to be higher in the high-skilled occupations. So among high-income individuals, people who are really educated, really skilled and highly skilled jobs, the gender wage gap does tend to be larger. So to my knowledge, no research, particularly on doctors or medical specialists, has been done in New Zealand, but there has been some research internationally, and it tends to find that there does seem to be a fairly large gender wage gap, actually usually larger than the 12.5% that we find. So in some studies it's been in the sort of 13 to 20% range. But it does seem that internationally this does seem to be an issue. So I feel a little bit silly talking to a bunch of people who I know a lot more about this than I do, but I can't really talk about the gender wage gap within the medical profession without just giving you a few little pieces of background so sort of setting the context. So the context that I'm talking about is DHB employment. So obviously we have 20 DHBs and a lot of doctors are employed by these DHBs. Not all doctors, and some doctors who are employed by DHB may have other employment, which could be with another employer in the private sector or maybe a private practice. So again, I don't want to talk about this in too much detail. I'm sure you're all aware of the long, lengthy process and training apprenticeship that doctors go through to receive, to become registered as specialists and work in New Zealand. Partly relevant for what we're talking about here, so I know there are a lot of international medical graduates, both people who received their basic medical degrees and people who did specialist training overseas. They're a really important part of the New Zealand medical workforce, and we do specifically look at them in the study. So they have to go through different processes to receive their registration in New Zealand. And I know that it's not an automatic thing, so it's judged on a per-person basis. What are your qualifications? How does that compare with the experience of New Zealand trained doctors? And they may be registered for as specialists, or there may be some probationary period, or they may just never go beyond becoming a medical officer. And finally, well, we're at ASMS conference. I'm sure you all know what ASMS is. Obviously, it's a really important part of the landscape for medical specialists in New Zealand. I should say, so 90%, according to ASMS, 90% of the senior medical and dental staff employed in the public hospital system are members, which is really good. And it's sort of these people that I'm focusing on. So I'm sure you're also aware of the MECA, which specifies a number of things which are relevant for the study. So this is obviously in place for the DHB employment of all members, and it's also extended to non-members under some circumstances. So in particular, it specifies a minimum pay level for each level of experience of a specialist. And under normal circumstances, a specialist will progress up one step of this pay scale each year, and it does seem like it has to be fairly abnormal circumstances for that to not happen. Importantly, individuals who are on parental leave for up to a year will receive the same pay increases as those who are not on parental leave. But finally, the MECA does allow for some additional payments, so recruitment and retention payments and special contribution payments that may recognise additional things that are, so additional skills or dealing with issues in terms of keeping medical staff in, say, remote locations that doctors may receive as part of this MECA. So I am going to be presenting to you some analysis that uses Statistics New Zealand's confidential data. So all of the access to these data were managed under the confidentiality provisions of the Statistics Act 1975, and they're not official statistics, they are my research and Bronwyn's research, and our opinion and not the opinion of anybody else. All right, so let me just walk you through how what the data sources were and how we put our variables together. So our main source of data was the Integrated Data Infrastructure, or the IDI, which is a large administrative data set held by Statistics New Zealand. So data from a lot of administrative systems in the economy, like the tax system, the education system, and various other places, are pulled into this large data source, and the individuals are linked between these different data sets. And also a number of surveys joined into this. So within the IDI, there are two main data sources that we use. So the first is the 2013 census. So in particular, one of the things that we were getting from the 2013 census was the occupation, i.e. specialty. So when maybe a lot of you were here in 2013, you responded to the census, maybe you remember a question that says, what is your occupation? And you probably put down whatever your specialty is. So this is the data that we use to figure out who is working as a medical specialist in New Zealand at that time. We also get weekly hours worked from the census. So there were a number of questions, one of which is how many hours a week do you work in your main job, and how many hours a week do you usually work in other jobs? And so we also use these variables. So unfortunately, in terms of the census, it doesn't have very good information on pay. So in order to get pay, we went to the tax system. So inland revenue, whenever there's an employer-employee relationship that goes through the PAYE system, then we're going to end up with an observation that's pulled into this data set of who paid who, how much, and this is on a monthly basis. So we can observe this totally confidentialised for everybody in the economy going back to April 1994. So the data that we used for these are from census month 2013, that was March, so pay being given to these medical specialists in all the different jobs that they might have been in. So the population that we're going to restrict to is particularly medical and dental specialists who are employed by a DHB, as indicated by saying in terms of the occupation, that the occupation was a medical or dental specialty, and who received a salary in the tax data from a DHB in that month. So when we do this and pull these data together, we find a bit over 4,000 individuals. And looking at the number of doctors that we should find, that's fairly close to who we should find. So I'm sure you'll be curious about this. So these may not be exactly the way that doctors would want to categorise themselves, but these are the categories that are provided to us by Statistics New Zealand. So you can see they're fairly detailed, so cardiothoracic surgeon, neurosurgeon, fairly detailed levels of specialty that we have. One point to bear in mind, so I've put resident medical officer there in brackets, so in the full analysis that we do in the paper, we run some specifications where we include RMOs, but in the analysis I'm going to present to you now, we exclude them and just focus on the specialists. All right, so the most important variable that we're interested in is the hourly wage, and this is our main variable of analysis. So how do we construct this? So the census collects two aspects of how many hours people will usually work. So the first is the question is how many hours do you usually work in your main job? And I can't say for certain exactly how doctors would choose to answer that, but it may be that some would include, for example, hours that are spent on call. It may be that the hours that they report are not the specific hours in the contract, but what they actually feel that they end up working on a usual basis. So we also get from census the industry and the sector of the main job. And then in the tax data, so we see employees working for a number of different organisations, and we use the industry and sector of those organisations to match which main job in the census is which job in the tax data. So there are a few challenges that I'm not going to go into the detail of, but basically if the DHB job is the main job, or if the DHB job is the only other job, then we can combine the tax data and the census data to calculate hourly wages. So that we do lose a few observations, a few of those 4,000 specialists. So some people were just a bit busy and they didn't fill in their census forms very well, and maybe they didn't fill in how many hours they worked. Sometimes we're unable to match any of the jobs in the tax data to this job that they describe in the census. And sometimes the DHB will be one of multiple other jobs and we can't tell how many hours are worked in each. We also drop observations where the calculated hourly wage comes out at less than $15. So you might think, oh my gosh, that's like really low. And yes, it is. So we did experiment with increasing that. And actually what we find is that we're dropping a lot of low-paid women out when we do that. And so acknowledging that in these data that we construct, everyone's wage is going to be measured with some level of error. If we're throwing out all the low-paid women, then we're really going to underestimate the gender wage gap. So our preferred specification, we keep in these people who do appear to be earning quite low hourly wages. So once we've done all this data construction, we find about 3,500 specialists. So here's just a very brief description of what some of our data look like. So as you would expect, we have more men than women in our specialist sample. And quite a high proportion of the people that we have are working for the DHB as their main job. And the proportion is higher among men than women. So 86% of women, only 81% of men. A reasonable proportion of these specialists do have more than one job working for wages. So 10% of women, 14% of men. and an even higher proportion report in the census that they are self-employed. So we don't know exactly what they do in their self-employment, but it's likely to be private practice in most cases, and that is a lot more common among the men than the women. In terms of wages, when we move down to the bottom half of the table, we can see that just in the raw data, there are some pretty large differences in terms of median monthly earnings. So men almost, 15,500, women only 10,000, though that does come from higher hourly hours worked each week for men, but still in these raw data, there is a fairly large wage gap. So $69 an hour for women and $86 for men. And if these do seem a little low, recall that these data are from 2013. So our empirical strategy is relatively straightforward. So once we've constructed all these data, what we do is we run ordinary least squares regressions, with the dependent variable is the log of hourly wage in the DHB job. So an observation here, this is going to be our 3,500 or so medical specialists who are working for a DHB in March 2013. And then we have a number of basic controls. So obviously the control that's most interesting is a dummy variable for this individual being a woman. And the coefficient on that is going to tell us about the gender wage gap. Throughout our specifications, we're also going to control it for age. So either with a set of dummy variables that allow different age categories to earn different wages, or with a sort of really flexible specification that actually fits that graph that I showed you at the start really well. And then we have a number of additional controls that we add in, so specialty fixed effects. So as soon as we add in specialty fixed effects, we're comparing men and women in the same specialty. And then we also add in controls for the number of weekly hours worked in the DHB job and a variety of other personal and DHB characteristics. So this is the first set of results. So each column here represents the results of one ordinary least squares regression. So if we first concentrate on this left-hand column, so this is just the really basic specification that compares men and women of the same age. And what we see is that when we just compare men and women in the same age group, women are earning 11% less than men in the same age. We saw in that graph at the start that the gender wage gap actually seems to change through age. So in the second specification here, we estimate a separate gender wage gap for each age group. And what we see is that in the under 30 age group, wages are actually really similar. So 2.5% gender wage gap, and that's not statistically different to zero. When we move up to the 30 to 40 age group, we find that women now have a 10% wage disadvantage. Moving up to the 40 plus age group, that wage disadvantage has increased to 13.2%. Now you might say, okay, but what if women are working in lower paid specialties? So that's the next thing that we do. In the final column here, we add in specialty fixed effects. And what we see is that, so in the under 30 age group, that actually doesn't do anything. In the 30 to 40 age group, the gender wage gap decreases by about 1 percentage point. And in the over 40s, it decreases again by about 1 percentage point. So what this is saying is that, sure, women do tend to work in specialties that pay less, but only a little bit less, and this is a minor factor in the overall gender wage gap. So the next question that we're interested in is, so what you see in a lot of occupations is that women, because they have a lot more responsibilities outside work, are much more likely to work part-time, and part-time employees tend to get lower wages. So maybe that explains the gender wage gap. So in this case, we wanted to see, well, what happens to the gender wage gap when we account for how many hours a week specialists are working for the DHB. So the first column is just for comparison, and again, this includes age controls and specialty fixed effects, so we're looking within specialty here. So when we add in these controls for hours worked, what we find is the gender wage gap actually increases. So it increases from 9.2% to 12.5%. And that 12.5%, that is our preferred specification. So what we actually see in these data is that specialists who work fewer hours a week get paid more per hour, especially if they're men. So women who work fewer hours per week in their DHB job do get paid more per hour, but not nearly as much more as men get paid. And if we estimate within different categories of hours worked per week, we find that the gender wage gap is actually a lot higher among those who work fewer hours. So when we look at those who work 30 or fewer hours a week, then we find the gender wage gap is actually 23%. So that decreases, so when we move up a category to 30 to 40 hours, 40 to 50 hours, the gender wage gap is getting smaller and smaller. And by the time we're looking at the 60 hours or more, then the gender wage gap has fallen to 5.4%. So I think there are different reasons why men and women would choose to work few hours. So just from looking at the data, it's likely that men who work fewer hours are more likely to be self-employed and may have alternative employment in addition to their DHB job. Women who are working fewer hours, perhaps they have family responsibilities as well. So we're not trying to say that these men and women are exactly the same, just that if you look at what they're doing for the DHB, they're getting compensated quite differently for doing the same amount of work for the DHB. All right, so far I've been controlling for age in a really flexible way, and this is trying to account for experience. But you might argue, well, what if women were older when they got into the profession? What if they've taken more gaps in their professional working life, and therefore actually they're not as far along as they look given their age? So we ran a pile of robustness checks that are trying to tease out, okay, well, what if we actually control better for experience? So we can't tell for the full population when they receive their medical degree, but we can see in Statistics New Zealand's data for those who received a medical degree in New Zealand in 1994 or more recently. So for this piece of analysis, I restrict to that sample, which gives us 765 individuals. So the first column is just for comparison. This is basically what we did before. And we find among these individuals, we have a gender wage gap of 6.1%. So you'll notice that this is a smaller gender wage gap, largely because these individuals are younger, and the gender wage gap is smaller among the younger group. All right, so that's controlling for age. What if, instead of controlling for age, we actually use the dates when we observe them getting their medical degree and control for time since receiving the medical degree instead? So we do that in the second specification. The gender wage gap does fall somewhat, so down to 5.4%. And then we say, okay, well, even if we're looking at how long since a person received their medical degree, what if women have taken more time away from work, for example, because they had children? So that's what we account for in this third specification. So we run a bunch of additional analysis that estimates, using the tax data, that if a woman has a child, that will result in her reducing her lifetime months worked by an average of 5 months. So in this last case, we use the census report for women of how many live children have you given birth to, and for each child that a woman has had, we subtract 5 months off her experience. When we do the same estimation for men, we find men actually don't change their work at all when they have a child. So doing that in this final column here, we managed to reduce the gender wage gap, again, just a little bit. One point to bear in mind is that ASMS's MECA specifies that if you're away on parental leave for up to a year, you should be receiving the same pay increases as if you were at work. So actually, I think this final specification is an overcorrection for women taking time away. But even if we do this, at most we're reducing the gender wage gap by about 20%. So one obvious question is, okay, well, how does this vary by DHBs? Are all DHBs culprits, or are some sort of better than others? So we did this analysis separately by individual DHB. In those cases, we don't have so much statistical power because in some cases the sample sizes are getting a lot smaller. But in 11 out of the 20 DHBs, we did estimate a statistically significant gender wage gap, and some of those gender wage gaps were really large. In no cases did we find that women seemed to be earning as much as or more than equivalent men. So in this graph that I'm showing you here, so for confidentiality reasons, we've grouped DHBs together. We've grouped them into 3 size categories. So we've basically got small DHBs, that's the 8 smallest, then the 6 intermediate size, and then the 6 largest. And what I'm plotting here is women's wage as a percentage of the wage of an equivalent man. So we've got a point estimate and the 95% confidence interval. So you can see that small DHBs on the left have the largest gender wage gap. So women are earning about 81% of what equivalent men are earning, and we can reject that they're earning, 90% or more. Medium-sized DHBs, they have the smallest wage gap, but it's still about 9%. And the largest DHBs have a somewhat larger gender wage gap, about 12%. But in none of these DHB sizes are we finding that we can consider that there is no gender wage gap. Across the board, there is a large gender wage gap, statistically speaking. So we saw earlier that adjusting for women having children does seem to have an effect. So we also wanted to look more broadly. Okay, let's dig into that. So in this case, we used the census question on membership of your family, and we particularly looked at men and women who are in a no-child family, in a one-child family, or in a two or more child family. And we separately estimated gender wage gaps for those three groups. So what do we see? We see that women with no children are still earning less than men with no children by 9.2%. In some analysis that I'm not going to show you here, but is in the paper, we looked at, in terms of how many live children have you given birth to as a woman. So this case here, if you've had children and they've grown up and left home, then they wouldn't appear as having children here. So in this no children category, that could be adult children who are long since independent. But when we look at how many live children have you given birth to, we still find a significant wage gap. I think it's about 5 or 6%. So it's not just that women who are parents are earning less than men who are parents. But women who are earning less, women who are parents are earning more or less than men. So here we compare women with one child with men with one child, and we find the gender wage gap is 13.6%. Or if we look at women with two or more children, 17.2%. And remember that this is in the context that most women who are medical specialists and have children don't take a lot of time off work, and if they take up to a year, they should be receiving the same pay increases. So clearly something else is going on. So in the final column here, we basically got the data and said, okay, what else might this possibly be due to? So we found a bunch of other controls and threw them in, and it really didn't make very much difference. So what were those controls? So one of the things that the MEC allows for is if you have higher qualifications, then maybe you're worth more, maybe you should be paid more. So one of the controls that we threw in was, what is your level of highest qualification? And we got that from the census. So is it just a bachelor's degree, is it honours or master's, or is it a doctorate? And we do find that specialists with doctorates do earn significantly more than those with just bachelor's degrees. We've seen before that there are some differences between DHBs of different sizes, so we could put in a control for different size DHBs, and we do find that the small DHBs pay somewhat higher than the medium-sized DHBs. We also know that specialists who have private practice may have different characteristics. Having that outside option outside their DHB employment may give them more bargaining power. We wanted to see, okay, well, we know that men are more likely to be self-employed, so let's put that in. Let's see if that's driving the gender wage gap. It's not, but we do see that specialists who are self-employed, i.e. probably have a private practice, do tend to earn more than those who are not. We also looked at whether specialists are foreign-born or overseas trained, ethnicity, so social marital status, so they're currently in a relationship, previously in a relationship, or not at all, whether they live in a main urban area, whether they work in multiple jobs. So we don't have a lot of statistical power to distinguish these, but we didn't find that any of these mattered in a statistical sense. So overall, what is it that we're seeing? So we're seeing a gender wage gap among DHB employed specialists that can't be explained by specialty, can't be explained by experience, can't be explained by hours worked, and can't be explained by all the other personal characteristics that we could think of and throw in. So these findings, they are consistent with men being hired into higher pay steps in the MECA than women with the same experience. And just from listening to people, I have heard anecdotal stories of this. Or it could be that men are disproportionately receiving those special benefits that are allowed for in the MECA. So more broadly in the literature about gender wage gaps, some of the reasons that are put forward for these are discrimination, sexism, people see a woman, don't think she's as competent, don't offer to pay her as much, or that men have been taught to be more confident in asking for what they want, and they go in and they bargain harder. So our results are consistent with either or both of these being a factor. Just a couple of points of discussion, questions that may have come up in your mind as I was speaking. So these data are from 2013. Do we think that things have changed since 2013? So I would say probably the overall gender wage gap, maybe it's not exactly 12.5%, but that is a really large gender wage gap, and as we've seen in other industries, that kind of wage gap doesn't go away without concerted action. So that gender wage gap, maybe it's not exactly 12.5%, but it's there and it's big. And you look around, and I know that there are a lot of believers already. I may have convinced some people who weren't believers before, but I'm personally convinced that yes, this is still going to be a major factor. So there are a few people. Our data, you know, they're real-world data. They are not perfect, and we do have a few people included in here who maybe ideally we would be able to control for or not include. So, for example, medical officers and locums, if they specify that they're working in a specialty, they will be in the data. Are they going to be affecting our results? I suspect not much. So these people, they are also men and women, and so they're going to be contributing on both sides. If medical officers like RMOs have a smaller wage gap, we'd expect that would actually bias our estimate of the gender wage gap downwards. And locums similarly can be men and can be women, and so part of the gender wage gap that we are going to be estimating will be the gender wage gap among locums, but they're a relatively small proportion, and they shouldn't be affecting the overall results that much. Private practice may be another concern. So we know that men are a lot more likely to work in private practice. So recall that in this analysis, we're only focusing on DHB earnings. So what are your wages in the DHB job? And we do have a number of specifications where we control for being self-employed, in which it matters in itself. It has a tiny effect on the gender wage gap that we estimate. So let me finish with our haiku. Despite union rules, doctors' gender pay gap still stark. No clear reason. Thank you.
Thanks. A very interesting presentation, a great piece of research. It's well done. I'm Andy Claver from Lakes DHB. One of the things that I noticed was that the gap is quite small the younger a person is in their training, and you've mentioned about time when they forget the first degree. I might have missed it, but did you correct for time to vocational registration? Because we as ASMS members with vocational registration are part of that mecca, and it just seems to me that if there's an opportunity for, it may well be that females decide to work during their training more part-time hours or have commitments to have children and decide to take that time off. Did you correct for that? Because that ultimately may affect which step you start on, and the gap seems to widen the further on you get in training.
Yeah, it is a good point that it matters not only when an individual got their medical degree, but also when they received their, when they became a specialist and entered these steps for the ASMS. Unfortunately, in the data, we don't actually have the date where they did receive their vocational registration. However, you'll notice that I don't think we can make that argument that it was women taking time off before they received their vocational registration, because we see a large gender wage gap even among women who've never had children. And we know from looking around at our colleagues, your colleagues, not mine, that a lot of women who are doctors who have children will wait until they've received vocational registration to do that. So I don't think we can believe that universally women are waiting so much longer to get vocational registration that would drive this gap. Secondly, if we look at what happens after about the age 45, we'll see that there's actually, so this will be the point where they've reached the top band of the MECA pay scale and there are actually no more increases. And at that point, men are just consistently earning more than women. It's not about experience because nobody's going anywhere with age. There is something that's happening there that's not about how long it's been since you registered as a specialist.
Me? Okay. This is rather shamefaced, but I'm going to say it. I'm female, right? So part of it is the gender stuff that you grow up with, and that unfortunately men don't ever have to live the experience unless they're different in their orientation themselves. But I would like to ask, how many women? I have never asked my hourly rate. I have never negotiated. I have lived on this concept of trust. So I have no idea if I've been underpaid at all. And, you know, if you can't trust your employer to treat you equally, how the hell?
I think that is a really good question. And I think part of the reason that gender pay gaps like this can persist is because we don't know. And I think that's the power of research like this, to show you, not for individuals, but as a whole, as a profession, there is a gender wage gap here. Somebody is being paid unfairly, and it is the women.
And the only other bit of contextual information around that notion of trust is this is where implicit gender bias comes in. And I would direct you all to read this fascinating but profoundly depressing study that they conducted in a science faculty in the States, where both men and women were circulated identical CVs where the only thing that was changed was the gender of the applicant, and both men and women both consistently rated the men as more employable and offered the men a higher starting salary. They were actually identical CVs. So this is where the significance of understanding the power of implicit gender bias has to be part of understanding this as well. Lucille.
Thanks, Charlotte. I'm PGY 30 next year. I held that with a badge of honour. But I think, so I've been around a bit of a while now, and as a clinical director over that period of time, I've had to constantly support junior woman consultants to battle for the same advantages that their male colleagues have had. And that includes saying, yes, you're negotiating for your starting rate, you're negotiating for your contract. It's like buying a house. It's like dealing with real estate agents. And that's the statement I use. And they look at me horrified to say, do I actually have to, can I ask for more? I never have to tell my male colleagues that. So that's the answer to your question.
Hello. Thanks very much for the presentation. Despite being an anaesthetist and having had to study statistics, I loathe it with a passion. But my question is more for the exec members. If we accept that the key here is the initial placement of women on the salary scale, and we've already heard some stories anecdotally about that being a problem, what's the union going to do to support women doctors, especially when they start their SMO position, to kind of eradicate this problem forever?
I'll actually ask Sarah to respond to that one.
So there is actually already a MECA provision that is supposed to make this an impossibility. So 12.2a talks about where you've already got a particular SMO, with X skills and experience. When you appoint someone with the same or similar skills and experience, they are supposed to be put on the matching step, whether or not the person had started on the first step or the second step or wherever. We already have that clause. What that relies on are a couple of things. One, everybody knowing that that is there. Two, people getting good advice and support to ask that question. And the third thing is potentially a bit of an elephant in the room, which is pay transparency and people understanding what are the salary terms and conditions in place in your department or service at the moment. And I would also make that point in relation to special contribution allowances and recruitment and retention allowances. There is the clause about recruitment and retention talks specifically about when they're first put in place, ensuring that they are applied fairly across the service, but we are hoping to strengthen, we're going to try and do some work around the wording of that clause to strengthen it and make it not just when it's first put in place. Can I also say it's really important that you keep tabs on how long you've been on a salary step, because none of you are required to be on a salary step for more than 12 months. And if you move DHB, sometimes they try and give you a salary step, if they don't give you a higher step, and then they try and set your salary anniversary date 12 months from your start date, but you're actually entitled maybe to move up in 3 or 4 months to the next step. And if you don't engage with people on that, that can cause difficulties. We can and do help people with all of those things. And I often counsel SMOs, particularly women who are talking to me about their job offers, to go and ask the question and have the conversation. It's never a fun conversation to have, but always remember that the people that you're having it with are much more used to it than you are. And the worst thing that can happen is that they say no or disagree with you, and we can all move on from that. So it's definitely worth being supportive of your colleagues. And we will often, sometimes we'll know about special arrangements in already existing in services or departments, but we don't know everything about everyone everywhere. And so we will often counsel people to talk to colleagues in new services and try and get the lay of the land. And that's where the kind of advocacy that CDs like Lucille offer is really, really important.
Should we issue a standpoint on this issue now we've got this data so that it does educate people about things?
Sure. Yeah.
Question at the front, and then we'll move over to here.
I'm Melanie Stratham. I'm a psychiatrist and the head of department in Hawke's Bay. I think when I first came here to New Zealand, I was just told you paid according to your years of experience. There's the Mecca, that's it, there's your job. Now being the head of department and having a lot to do with recruitment and actually getting inside information into the salaries, the guys come in and they're just like, oh no, that DHB offered me this and that DHB offered me that and 2 steps above. And so they're getting 2 steps above what the years of experience are. The girls come in and say, thank you for the job, I'm following the Mecca. And it comes down exactly to that clause that's not being applied. If someone else was given 2 steps above, the new people coming in should also give 2 steps above. I don't know what that means for the DHB's finances, but and where that's going to end. But it is definitely, the guys are really hardcore negotiators and playing one DHB up against the other, and the girls aren't. So I think that is one thing. But the gender bias goes into so many different things. I think female doctors have to speak 3 times before they're heard. Males only need to speak once, maybe twice. So it goes much wider than salary. But that's one of the things I've picked up. Yeah.
We've got quite a cluster of questions. So we have the mic back to this table over there. To Bridget next, I think.
I'm Amanda Tristram, gynae oncologist here in Wellington. I was interested that you controlled for, to write it down, women work in specialties that tend to pay less, because my understanding is that the Mecca doesn't allow for specialties to pay less. And so my question is, should we turn that round and say DHB tend to pay less to specialties that employ more women?
Something that I meant to say before but didn't. Is that working? Yeah? No?
Can you hold the microphone closer?
Sure. I've got a very loud voice. It was just that it wasn't turned on. Anyway, the Mecca is a minimum rate document. It's not, and so, which often works in your favour. And we can leverage things in services where there's different demand or what have you. But in cases like this, and particularly where there isn't transparency around what's going on, then it can be a problem. I mean, I was actually also going to make, so, it's something we need to look at, but we're about we want to raise the floor. We don't want to have to drop the ceiling to achieve what we're trying to do. So it's a big task. We're about what we want to work for women, we want to work for all of our members, and it's not an either or, but so we're just, going to, but yeah, it's not, it's a minimum rate document, so that has some issues with it. Yeah.
Bridget, and then Seaton.
Hi, Bridget from Auckland Hospital. Thank you. That's a staggering piece of research, and the statistics blow my mind. And I think those of you that know me in the room would suggest that I'm a reasonably assertive person, and I would have said prior to this that I was damn sure that I'm earning the same as my colleagues with commensurate experience. Now I'm not so sure, but I'm going back to find out. And so I have a sort of a comment and a question. This is just one of a series of really good pieces of research that have come out of ASMS. And one of the things that was in the forecast budget was quite a significant increase in costs related to research, and I think that's really important work that we're doing. But this also harks back to the question that I think Roger raised about the additional subscription fees, and I think people need to feel that they're getting value for money. So my question to the panel is, we've got this research, what are we going to do with it?
So I'll respond very briefly before passing the baton, but the key way that we're angling this is it's actually up to the district health boards to conduct gender pay audits to fix this. It's their responsibility as the employer to prove that they're not contravening the Equal Pay Act. So that's our, not the Fair Pay Act, I keep getting the bloody things mixed up. So that's our key thrust. We don't want to suddenly have to deal with a massive influx of work from, but we probably are industrially, because this is going to generate a lot of queries, quite rightly so. So the key thing here is that we are pushing it back onto the DHBs as the employer, and Sarah can perhaps speak a bit more to that.
So we will clearly be taking this to bargaining, this information to bargaining next year with us. We will be pushing the DHBs hard to do their own gender pay audits, because it's the same sort of thing as Holidays Act stuff-ups. You know, first they have to work out and identify the issue in their own place and then decide how they're going to tackle it. But we do have a handful of cases already sitting with us, waiting to go, where we have got clear evidence of. I've got one case of a married couple whose vocational registration numbers are consecutive, you know, and he started 2 steps higher than her. So we may be able to save ourselves a court case now that this research is out, because I think we'll just go and say it's time to fix it. But, and obviously any of you individually, if you think that's your situation and you can show that, of course we'll help you. So, but really it's going to be around the whole gender pay audit push and going into bargaining next year. Yeah.
So a question from Seaton.
Just a comment, just to echo the comments from our 2 female clinical directors, Northland and Hawke's Bay, I think it is. I think we've got a problem there, and there is a solution, and it's a multi-pronged solution. And I think there's a role clearly. It's easy within departments to encourage transparency and equity. Between departments, it's not. But I'd encourage that there should be a role for the clinical directors of the departments to make sure that there is transparency and equity. That is almost our best way of approaching it. To give you an example, we had a sticky situation I'll mention briefly in Christchurch, only very briefly, where we had 3 new appointments, and there was a bloke amongst the appointments. And the equity of various availability allowances was not being enabled by management. And in management, there was the chief medical officer, a female, and the general manager, a female, and the lawyer, a female. And they weren't enabling this at all, basically, with the rest of the team. So we dug in, and we had legal advice, we had ASMS advice. They had a lawyer from outside of ASMS involved. That's how tense it got. And then we had issues of getting the transparency and equity within the salary step. That was yet another problem. So unless you fight for this sort of thing, I think you're going to undermine the whole process. And I think it's something that we in ASMS, in terms of, and we've been looking at it in terms of the roles of the clinical director before we get told what our role is, and rest assured it will be coming from management to some extent if we're not careful. It's best that we target some of this sort of thing so that we can set the standard of what we expect.
Question there, then.
Kia ora te whānau, ko Hamish McKay tōku ingoa no Waikato. I'm Hamish McKay, I'm a paediatrician in Waikato. I'm clinical director of my department. I want to echo those comments by the women who've said about how they tend to say thank you very much and thanks for the job, and the guys turn up and go, so what's the other bits you meant to be giving me? Because as clinical director employing people, that is totally my experience. And thank you so much, Lizzie. You realise you're a bachelor pretending to be a doctor in a room when stuff like that comes out and what a real doctor does. I just wonder, with the JCCs, just a random thought, do we need to ask at our JCCs those extra MECA payments, the gratuities, the whatevers, and so on, the stuff over and above the pay scale, just be nice to get a general report on where they're going. And I'll be honest, as a paediatrician, I'd love to know what departments are getting them. I'd also love to know what the split in gender is. Because, let's be honest, that's a huge fudge factor. You can hold them to account on the starting pay scale and stuff like that, but as soon as you go, oh, and there's other stuff you can do, that gives people open slather to say, oh, of course we need a third toe-ologist on this hospital, and here's another 100K to sweeten the deal. So maybe that's something, because again, those last 3 words of the haiku, no good reason, we need to find that reason, and that means drilling down to smaller data than what the census and so on can provide us, and that's going to be on a site-by-site, case-by-case basis.
So one quick tangible thing that we're doing pretty quickly off the bat is Izzy, myself, Angela and Steve, we're all going to the General Manager's HR meeting on the 5th of December, I think it is. So we're really trying to go straight to the heart of the problem and address this with HR managers at the district health boards around the country. I think Sarah wants to speak to your idea about the JCC data.
Yeah. So I guess I kind of hate saying this, but be careful what you wish for, because there are a bunch of DHBs who I think are looking quite hard at allowances, and particularly across the medical workforce. And some of them will see this as a reason rather than to match them, but to remove them. So, and that might not be a problem in terms of what you all think, in which case fine. But we probably need to be somewhat thoughtful about how we tackle that. But obviously JCCs are a good place to have some of those discussions. There's a great initiative at Northland where we all sat down, you might want to talk about it, Jenny, and actually blatantly compared what the after hours rates were across the different departments, and that was illuminating. Can someone give Jenny a mic? And then I'm concerned about is and then we'll stop.
We've got one more. No, we've got two more questions lined up. So sorry, Jenny. Can we just have this question from the floor here?
Yeah, yes, it's on. Bethany Jones, neurologist at Hawke's Bay DHB. Like many of my colleagues here, I trained abroad and I moved up to New Zealand in 2013. They offered me 2 pay scales below where I thought I should be, and obviously I sought advice from ASMS as how I was supposed to approach this. And they said, well, actually, why don't you sort of negotiate and end up in the middle, and you just drop a pay scale where you think you should be, instead of empowering me and saying, no, you should ask for what you're entitled to. In fact, you've got a PhD, you've done a fellowship. Why don't you ask for a pay scale higher? I would have felt really empowered, and ASMS already gives us that advice. So my message is just be aware of that and just push us a little bit, because we'll feel really empowered to negotiate.
Thank you. Jenny, just quickly, and then I think we'll call it. Thank you.
I'm Jenny Henry. I work in Northland Anaesthetics. I've been the branch president for the last year, and one of I guess my mission is to exactly this, is to introduce transparency across the DHB SMOs in terms of pay. And while I won't obviously have any effect on what people come in on, but what we are doing is we sort of met after JCC, probably people from all specialties, and we had a whiteboard, and we actually wrote on the whiteboard what people, their hours, what they're getting paid for their extra hours. And there was a massive discrepancy in additional session payments, and I can't remember exactly what it was. Sarah took a photograph of it. But it's a good starting point. And so, what I'm doing is, we in anaesthetics, we've got a very, very good, well-defined additional sessional payment, and I've distributed that to various other departments. And I think that's the key, is get together and talk. And really, it sort of enables fairness, I think, as SMOs.
Thank you. Look, once again, I'd just like to thank Isabel Sin and Bronwyn Bruce Brand and the team at Motu for their excellent, thorough, rigorous research. It's not going to be kicked for touch. The district health boards can't ignore this. So thank you, Izzy, for your wonderful presentation. So we'll crack on immediately into the next session.
Where is it?
They'll control it. So hospitals on the edge, as we all know, this is the theme for this year's conference, and I think we've all acknowledged that it's both timely and important. Lyndon's going to take us through the detail of his fabulous report. And before he does, I just want to thank Lyndon Keane for his hard work on this. He is able to pull this stuff out in such a quick turnaround time. But I also want to acknowledge the efforts of our comms team, Liz Brown, who conducted the interviews with the specialists from around the country, Lydia Schumacher and Eileen Goodwin, This work has had amazing pickup in the media, and it's largely due to their efforts, so thank you very much. As usual, the ASMS continues to punch well above its weight. I think most importantly here, I'd like to thank the clinicians who had the courage to speak out, both in terms of those who were willing to be interviewed and speak to the first-hand experience of this, but also to the 4 clinicians who we're going to hear from very shortly. It's not an easy thing to put your hand up and speak out. I know that some of our clinicians have felt a lot of pressure not to do so. So I really want to acknowledge them for their courage and their bravery, because without their stories, this work just doesn't have the same impact. So without further ado, because I know we are tight for time, I'll hand over to Lyndon. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. Oh. Nothing happening?
Okay, sorry, just slight technicals. I would start talking anyway. I haven't got the slides loaded up. Just speak to it anyway, Lyndon.
Oh, well, I was going to go through all the...
Just
Yeah. Okay, well...
Whilst we're waiting for the slides.
Well, fortunately, you've all got the document there, hopefully. So I just want to briefly, we're running a bit short of time anyway, so I'll go through this quite quickly. Go through some of the key stats there, and then I'd like to just discuss how we've actually got to where we are. And later on, after lunch, we'll hopefully talk about some potential solutions. In fact, the publication does include some solutions, very important to do so, and I'd quite like some feedback on what people feel about those. But, of course, well, I think it's Picasso who famously joked that you don't just copy an artist, you steal from them. And so that's what we've done here. We've taken the idea from the Royal College of Physicians in the UK, who produced a similar publication in 2015, I think it was. We haven't included the same topics. We've included our own topics that we felt were most important. By no means comprehensive, of course. It's just really some of the key things that we felt needed to be highlighted, and of course there's many, many other things that we could have put in there, but we think you get the picture. Good. What was I going to say? Yes, well, the original document, the college document, also included a question mark. I mean, obviously we haven't included a question mark on ours, and I suspect if those of you who may be sort of keeping abreast with how the NHS is doing these days, I imagine that the college, if it were to do a similar publication today, they wouldn't include a question mark in the title either. But we're running short of time, so I'll go through these quite quickly, and then we can have some further discussion later. So the rise in acute admissions, twice the rate of population. There's one graph that we haven't included in the publication, which on retrospect I wish we had done, and that's the increase in the number of consultations in primary care that have occurred. This is including GPs and nurses. Consultation rates have increased at pretty much the same rate as that middle line there. For those who, hopefully, well, you can read your document anyway, but the lower line is the population increase, the middle line is the case rate increases, and the blue line the actual increases. And the rate of increases in primary care consultations rose pretty much in line with that middle line, so very much higher than the population increase over that time. And I mention that because the government is really strongly pushing this idea that you can relieve pressures on hospitals simply by improving primary care and prevention in primary care. And of course, while that's good to do, it certainly doesn't have the impact that they think it's going to have. And as we see here, and in fact the same things have been happening in other places like Australia and the UK. So emergency department attendance is 1.2 million in 1918-19. Again, increasing at twice the rate of population over 9 years. Same story with mental health. And this year's budget, the severe end needs mental health services were cut by 55 million in real terms in order to pay for services focused more on the less severe needs. But I think clearly what we're going to see is more and more pressure on those severe end needs, those hospital services in particular. Bed occupancy rates. As we all know, 85% is the accepted standard. OECD shows that New Zealand is well below the number of hospital beds per population. The number of acute beds per population is continuing to decrease as the acutes are increasing, of course, and as the population is increasing. So, the trends are obviously conflicting. Canterbury Hospital, even the planning of hospitals today is really not taking into account the reality of this. And it's been well reported in Canterbury that their new $500 million facility there, which is, I believe, going to be finished next year, may just about meet the needs next year, but by 2024, I think it's estimated that there'll probably be about 120 beds short. So, we've just got some crazy planning happening. Well, I think that tells its own story, really. Psychiatric inpatient beds, New Zealand way down the bottom there. Now, this was included as a late addition, so I had to rely on the readily available data, which is why we've got two lines there. The first is data from the Health Quality Safety Commission, and the second is from the Ministry of Health. Of course, there are lots of reasons for readmissions, but when you look at all of the other data, you have to ask, well, could this be related to the low bed numbers, the high acute admissions, the staff shortages? Also, in fact, something that we haven't included in the publication is that New Zealand has one of the lowest average length of stay figures in the OECD. It's about fourth lowest. So when you put all those things together, there's almost certainly some connections there. Interestingly, the non-acutes have been increasing at lower than the rate of population, the actual acutes. And that suggests that, the case rates are higher. That suggests that the rise in acutes are squeezing out the non-acutes, the elective surgery and so on. Can we have some discussion later? But also, of course, the budget cuts as well are affecting that. And of course, that's impacting on unmet need because we know that people aren't getting their elective surgery on time. We heard the story from Julian earlier about people being sent back to their GP because they don't meet the threshold and so on. This figure of unmet need was based on Phil Bagshaw et al.'s work, which estimated about 9% of the population had an unmet secondary care need. And it's pretty consistent with the data that's put out by the Private Hospitals Association and one or two others. commissioned work looking at unmet need for surgical care. I actually feel that's probably a conservative figure, if anything, because I think we've got, people who probably wouldn't survey as having an unmet need because they're in the system, probably do actually have an unmet need because they're going round and round in the system. The interesting thing is really that we've never really had an official measure of unmet need, a routinely published measure of unmet need. Until Phil Bagshaw came along, we had no idea really. How do we know how well the health system is serving the population if we don't know what the unmet need is? I mean, it's an appalling situation really, and especially because we have an idea that it's pretty big. So one of the recommendations that we've included in the publication is for that to happen. I mean, the easiest way, the most obvious way, is to include some questions in the regular New Zealand health surveys like they do with primary care. Of course, another reason is funding. Now, this isn't the graph that we've published in the publication. I've used this one because there is starting to be a kind of sense of denial that there's ever been a funding cut. If you read the Health System Review's interim report, it kind of suggests that we haven't seen a real funding cut. It's actually sort of been fairly flat over recent years. But in fact, a few years ago, the Labour Party, when it was in opposition, did commission some. In fact, they commissioned two studies from the Infometrics consultants, and this was the later one, published in 2017, I think it was. And this is what it showed, basically, an accumulative $2.3 billion cut over that period. And of course, the ASMS CTU regular analysis of the Vote Health budget has shown similar cuts of similar proportions. So, this is really happening. And of course, that contributes to what we're seeing at the moment, which has been talked about a lot, about the SMO staffing shortage, 24% on the information that we've got at the moment. So now there are a number of reasons for this. Partly, a lot of this information is invisible because it's not regularly published by the Ministry or the DHBs. We should be seeing regular reports of bed occupancy rates. We should be seeing regular reports of acute admissions and ED admissions as well. They should be up there in the headlights regularly, not just the figures that the obscure figures often that the Ministry of Health decide that they want to put up there. So we need some more data, and for it to be regularly published. There's a big issue that goes back over not just recent years but decades. Really, is that the health system has been served really poorly by policymakers. We've just had such real bad policy. And if you go back over the decades, we've gone through privatisations, restructurings, amalgamations, the imposition of simplistic, narrow targets that, motivated by political interests rather than health ones. And very often policies that are suited more to 3-year election cycles than to health, to what's best for health services. There's also, when you read a lot of these documents over the years, you really do get a strong sense that there is an entrenched ideology that hospital, as I said before, hospital pressures can be addressed by simply putting the resources into primary care and into prevention within the health system. And of course, it's much more complex than that. Now, I'll just go further down because we're running out of time. So there's also, I think, a political culture of austerity which again is entrenched. You know, we have very good well-being policies with very good, very good aspirations, big aspirations, but a small idea on the investment that's needed for it. You know, if you look at Scandinavian countries, people have mentioned Scandinavian countries before, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, of course, are well known for their well-being approaches. When you look at how much they spend, or the government in those countries spends on health and disability services, and you compare it with New Zealand, I mean, we're way behind. I did a quick calculation, just looking at the averages of those countries, just looking at health and disability, government spending, total spending, and to cut it short, if in 2018 we wanted to be on a level with those Scandinavian countries in terms of how much we spent per GDP, we would have needed to have spent $4.3 billion more than we did in 2018. I mean, that's how far we are behind. I mean, hugely. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about the Health and Disability Review, because the interim report to the Minister that was published in early September, because it kind of, you know, to me, it sort of, even though it doesn't give any recommendations and it's very vague on a lot of things, and it includes a lot more questions than answers, there is a narrative running through it, which seems to be along the lines of very much what we've already been seeing and what is causing these problems. And it's also a narrative that we've seen in the past, you know, before restructurings occur, i.e. that the current health system is unsustainable and that we've really got to change it. And again, it's more away from, there's also with that narrative is this kind of aversion to hospitals almost. In fact, not just hospitals, but also doctors. You know, this quote here from the review talks about you know, how unsustainable everything is, but it also talks about how, you know, if we increase the number of staff overall, and it talks about doctors in other places, that actually, you know, that wouldn't be sustainable either. And it goes on to argue that the reason that it wouldn't be sustainable is because we, you know, the health and disability workforce, which they estimated was currently between 8 and 9% of the total employment workforce in New Zealand, would increase to about nearly 11%, you know, by 2030 or something, and they say that would be totally unsustainable. So that didn't sound right to me. So I checked it up and looked at the figures, the international figures on, you know, what proportion of health and disability workforce was as a proportion of the total workforce in other countries, in particular Scandinavia. And what I found, in fact, you know, an unsustainable level, according to, you know, the advice given to the Minister, is around 11%, you know, the health and disability workforce as a total of the total workforce. In Norway, for example, it's just over 20%. Denmark and Sweden are around 17%. So it kind of is a good example, really, of the narrow, very fiscally oriented approach that we have towards, you know, aiming towards these very high aspirations of well-being. You know, we really do need a quantum change in that attitude. As I say, so often you see, including in this review report, so often you see in the documents, hospitals referred to more as and hospital doctors especially, more as a kind of overhead than a valuable asset and an enabler of health services. So here are a couple of other things I pulled out of the review report very quickly, that hospitals have dominated the system, and you know they're putting this because of hospitals that the health system's under pressure. incredible, really. DHBs may be biased towards spending in their provider arms, and of course it's because employees, and they're talking about doctors here, have influence on how they spend their money. Now I haven't got time to go through, so maybe we do this afternoon, but I mean I've done some sums on that and it's rubbish, you know. So here's a lovely one. You know, clinical workforces are expensive, medical workforces are even more expensive. Senior medical officers spend all this time on holiday and leave and stuff, you know. Yeah. Now this is a precursor to an argument again about how expensive hospitals and doctors are, you know. So it's kind of, the health review report. The health review report, the interim report to the Minister, calls itself a reality check on how things are. So this is the kind of reality that they see. Now, I realise that we've run out of time, so I just want to contrast that earlier quote with one from Hospitals on the Edge, from one of our members. And I think, you know, it illustrates just how far the reality, according to the centre, is, the policymakers is, compared with what the reality on the ground is. And now, you know, I think we get the general picture that the system is under the pump, and so are its staff, not just the doctors, but everybody. And so, in pointing all this out, of course, it's important to also include some solutions, and so that's what we've done here. And I hope we get some time to, you know, just get some feedback on some of what we've proposed in the document, some of the solutions. Some of them are obvious ones. You've got to put more money in. We've got to put more staff in, and so on. And we're also going to hear some more stories, as Charlie mentioned, from a panel of members. And I really appreciate that very much, because it's not the easiest thing to do. And as Charlie said, I think, you know, expressing to a stranger your kind of your private experiences when you've been feeling so vulnerable about, you know, what's happening to you when you're really under the pump day to day is not necessarily an easy thing. And you know, when you see it pasted in letters at a conference, it probably makes whoever said that, if they're here, may feel uncomfortable about that. But I would say to those people, I mean, I know some of them are here, that, you know, you ought to feel really proud of contributing the way that you have to this document. I hope that it encourages others to speak out, and I really would like to have some discussion about that after lunch, because I think if we're going to get these messages out consistently and over time, then we really do need to hear the voices of doctors much more. And I know that it's an issue. It always has been an issue, and we need to find a way around the barriers to that. So I would just like to conclude, just to add to Charlie's thanks to those people who contributed. It's just been enormously valuable. You'll probably know that this document received phenomenal media coverage when it came out, and I don't think it would have done had it not been for those quotes through the document from members, because it just grounds those boring old statistics into a reality, a real reality, not the centre's but ours. So, you know, a big thank you to those people. Okay, thank you.
Lunch.